there would be a hope that there would be some spin-off maybe from the economic and the tourism and the job creation that will fall from maybe goals and objectives achieved through the strategy going forward. Councillor Layden raised the issue about the draft going back to the community group and the collaboration group, so I'll take that back to the regeneration officer in Longford, who is the meetings administrator there. The Chief Executive already, I suppose, dealt with Councillor Napton's query there in Shannonbridge and the findings. In regard to the IDA, we have the IDA listed as one of the key stakeholders within the strategy. I think now that's it. Councillor Murphy just again was supporting on the jobs. So I'll take the comments back on liaising with community groups and on the collaboration of another meeting with the collaboration group to the regeneration team in Longford.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fiona, for that. Okay, and thank you, Chief Executive, for that as well. The final item there is the update on Lough Finchon. Have we that done already, Shane? Do you think you have anything to add?
I think nothing further to add.
We've done it. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we've covered that already. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Item number 14. Just bear in mind now it's 17:23. So I would ask people to be as brief as possible with regard to motions, because I want to get them all done. And there were a number of any other businesses as well, and we must be out of here by 6 if possible at all. So motion, the first one is 0121 Innovation Enterprise and Remote Working Centres. Patricia.
Yeah. Notice the motion from Councillor Layton that Roscommon County Council would apply for funding at the first opportunity possible in 2021 to provide an innovation, enterprise and remote working centre in Roscommon town to support and stimulate job creation, and that consideration would be given to the provision of this innovation, enterprise and remote working centre at the former motor tax building on Abbey Street, a historical building in a prime town centre location. The reply is that there is currently no funding stream available to Roscommon County Council for such a facility. So should a funding stream become available for the provision of an innovation, enterprise and remote working centre in Roscommon town, Roscommon County Council will examine its feasibility and assess the need based on existing providers in the town.
Councillor Layden.
Thank you, Gair. Look, I suppose to set the tone and just to remind, I suppose, all of us collectively that it's in our strategy, our innovation strategy, and also in Roscommon LECP, that we would seek an innovation and enterprise hub. And I suppose now with COVID, the need for remote working space as well has developed. The strategic documents note the need to invest in enabling infrastructure and resources to attract new enterprise and to foster and facilitate growth in the knowledge sectors. The central location of the county, and in fact the county town, as an ideal location is referred to in these documents, and the need to attract new enterprise investment. So this is really enabling infrastructure. The whole, I suppose, direction, it would have to be multi-agency, and I think we've had a very good working relationship with Westbic, who are currently supporting the Cube at Ars and Kunde. And in relation to the recent funding, the URDF call too, where we've been successful in as the county town, we are now developing the core town centre as a great place to live and to recreate and to visit. But it's really important that we have the infrastructure as well to encourage more businesses to locate here and for businesses to expand. So we need to be more than just a good place to live, which is really important for us that are already here, but we need to create places for people to work and opportunities. So whether it is that building, which is a former bank built in 1836 on Abbey Street, or another site, what I'm saying is that we would consider that as an opportunity, as an opportune site, and we are identifying ourselves as a heritage town, having been successful too with the Heritage Town Initiative again this year, including Upper Abbey Street. So there is a building that's vacant, that's in our possession, that could, in a town centre strategic location, provide facility to link with the fibre broadband. So I'm asking that we would consider that, but that we would also proactively seek Enterprise Ireland funding at every opportunity that comes up. And I think we just need to really create this as a focus, as one of our intentions to 2021, that we actually secure this funding. We need it in the county town, and we really need to go about seeking it. It certainly is possible, and the level of funding that's come to the county town in recent times is to be greatly welcomed. It is phenomenal, but we can achieve this as well. So just seeking the support of the members, and obviously the continued work of the Chief Executive and the Leo office and the Director of Service and everyone in Community and Enterprise, and obviously the regeneration team too, everyone involved, that we would prioritise this going forward. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Shanahan.
Thank you, Cahir. Look, I'd just like to support Councillor Layden's motion there. I think the building which Councillor Layden has identified, it's a fabulous building. The location of it within walking distance of the town and car parks, adjacent car parks. I think it would be great to see this building put back into use again by Roscommon County Council, and particularly in this time where people are being encouraged to stay at home and work from home. Why would we go out and look for another site when the building is there? And the fact that it got a facelift is, again, with the last year with the Historic Towns grant money, I think it would be a suitable site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's proposed and seconded. Is that agreed? It's agreed. Okay, we'll move on to the next motion.
Agreed.
0221. In the name of Councillor Fitzmaurice. Patricia isn't here, but
yep, I'm here.
Oh, sorry, Patricia.
Moved.
Yeah. You moved, you relocated.
I moved, yeah. There was a bit of feedback there. The Roads Winter Gritting Programme, notice of motion from Councillor Fitzmaurice. I'm calling on Roscommon County Council to salt roads during severe weather that are omitted from the Winter Gritting Programme, which connects towns and villages. I'm calling on Roscommon County Council to initiate a secondary gritting programme during severe weather using the existing gritting fleet. At times the lorries are lying idle, and utilise relief drivers to carry out this work. I'm also requesting a detailed breakdown of the cost per kilometre to grit existing roads. The reply: salting lorries are mobilised across the county in line with the winter service plan for Roscommon. This winter service plan is Roscommon County Council's commitment to maintain a certain level of service. Sorry, I think.
All well.
Yeah, certain, somebody's in the background there. Yeah, a certain level of service on specified roads throughout the county. The level of service is maintained by responding to a disruptive winter weather conditions causing frost, ice formation, or snow accumulation on public roads in a prescribed manner. The plan applies to a continuous 6-month period, referred to as the winter period, from mid-October to mid-April. Within the plan, Roscommon County Council has identified 2 levels of priority routes for treatment. Priority 1, to be treated during all weather events: motorways, national primary roads, national secondary roads, regional and local roads of national strategic importance, regional and local roads providing access to essential services. And priority 2, to be treated as part of the normal winter service, but may have interruptions into treatment in certain severe weather events. Sections of regional and local roads of regional strategic importance. The winter service plan represents an optimum use of resources and raw materials, and any changes to a route in any one area will affect our ability to treat priority routes. The plan is financed using a combination of TII funding and Department of Transport discretionary grants. This funding is also limited, and any further changes to the plan will require careful consideration, as an increase in winter maintenance coverage will decrease what can be spent in other areas such as local roads, verge trimming, drainage, etc. In relation to relief drivers, Roscommon County Council is bounded by the Working Time Act regarding driving hours, and we are unable to commit to carrying out a tertiary priority route after priority 1 and 2 routes are complete. The Council also each year has a limited emergency fund to assist clearing and gritting severely hit additional access roads during extreme weather events. Within available resources, Roscommon County Council will provide an excellent winter maintenance service across all regional and national routes and some local roads appropriate to the road categories and the traffic volumes. Any changes to the winter maintenance plan would have to be considered across all of Roscommon's extensive 3,300 kilometres of local roads, and the significant additional cost will have to be considered from within our own resources, local funding as part of the budgeting process. It would not be an accurate indicator to present gritting cost per kilometre of road, as several factors are at play and can influence the cost, such as variance in road widths, proximity to existing routes, isolated routes, driver rest periods, frequency of coverage subject to weather conditions, and concentration of rates of application. However, it currently averages €11,000 per night for a 20 gram per metre squared application, and €7,000 for an application of 10 grams per metre squared is deemed appropriate across the county. This does not include the cost of driver downtime, which is mandatory to comply with working time EU rules on driver hours. During extended periods of sub-zero temperatures, the council may have to apply several runs in a 24-hour period.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Certainly, Pascal, you've got a comprehensive reply. Would you agree with it or not? So over to Pascal.
Thank you, Cahir, and thank you for the reply. It is a very comprehensive reply. I suppose where I was coming from in this motion is there are many, many villages and towns that are totally excluded from gritting, and I have noticed over this winter that many, many people have contacted me to say that at times they couldn't get to town, they couldn't go to a funeral, they couldn't go to work. And this is a serious problem in many areas. First and foremost, I want to say that the gritting programme that is in place at the moment is an excellent gritting programme. There's nothing wrong with that. But the fact of the matter is that most of those drivers go out perhaps at 5 o'clock in the morning. They're back by 8. That lorry is lying idle until about 4 or 5 o'clock again that evening, when the driver goes out again in that evening or that night. So during the day, those lorries are lying idle in those yards. And where I'm coming from in this, if I take in my own area, we'll say from Granlahan to Ballinlaw to Loughlin to Ferrymount, on to Gortagany to Castlerea, Ballintubber to Rath, and from Ballinagare to Castlerea. That's just one small area. None of those roads are gritted, and there are many, many people trying to use those routes. Now, when this happens, is a very limited amount of times. I would say to something in the region of 6 days in the last during this winter period. So it's a very, very short period of time where there was extremely severe weather on these roads, which make them almost impassable. So where I'm coming from in this is I do believe those lorries are lying idle, and I think that we should be trying to utilise that service during the daytime, where we have these assets that are there literally doing nothing during the day. I had hoped that we could look at relief drivers to drive those lorries during the day in a local area. Take for instance, during snow and during severe weather, I'm sure that the man that is out doing the potholes wouldn't be going out doing potholes during when it's snowing on the ground. So there's a relief driver that could be used for this service. Certainly, people are coming to me very, very frustrated during the winter months where they can't get to town, they can't go places. And of course, as we come into the summer, people forget about this. And my motion was for last month, but it is a very, very serious issue for the people. Remember, we have 64,000 people living in County Roscommon, and I'd hoped that more of these people could get a safe route going to work or going to the shops. So I'm appealing to management to look at a relief service during these very short periods. And I realise, okay, it costs 7,000 for to put out 10 GSM on our roads during the winter period. And this is very, very successful. It is a very good job. But again, these people feel very disenfranchised where they are left out, ringing me to say, look, I can't get to work, I can't go to the shop. It's very, very short periods where it happens. And it asks that we would have look at this in a local way. Thank you.
Okay, Pascal, thank you. On to Marty McDermott. Marty.
Thank you, Cartier. Look, I would like to second Pascal's motion there. It's an excellent motion he's put forward for every reason that he has said there. I couldn't, you could talk for a long time about this particular problem. It's an ongoing problem. It's very serious. Secondary roads. It's great that he brought it up and put it forward. It's no doubt it'll get a great reaction. But But I can tell you this, the outskirts of Roscommon town there, Gallestown, out in parts of Orden there, it's very bad, because I'll tell you why, because the new road that was opened there, you take your slip road is to go to the Naman now. It's a secondary road now rather than the main road. And with the new tarmac Adam that was put in place there at the junction and along the cemetery and all that, is absolutely lethal. And it's imperative, absolutely imperative, that these roads are gritted. And there was an incident there with school buses, there was an incident with trucks. It's just a matter of time before there is a serious accident. And I know you can't be everywhere, and there's so many roads and secondary roads in the county, and it would take a considerable amount of manpower, I'm sure. But I do think it can be done with a bit more perseverance, and that, and it's of the utmost importance that this is looked into. And for all the reasons that Councillor Fitzmaurice pointed out there, and the roads, there are elderly people and all that trying to get to the shops, and God knows things are tough enough with the pandemic and everything, besides having this heap down on top of them as well. And God forbid to be an accident and someone would lose their life, and that would just be the ultimate the ultimate disaster. So I'm just delighted to be able to second the motion, and thank you very much, Colin.
Okay, Councillor John Cummins.
Thanks, Cahirlock. Well, I welcome Pascal's motion here today, and I welcome the comments made by himself and also Councillor McDermott. I think we have to look at this in a broader sense, in that we have a winter maintenance programme which is working very well at the moment on the roads where it applies, national primary, secondaries, regional roads and county roads of significance. But I think what we need, and there's no point in saying that every single road in the county should be done. It cannot be done. We don't have the manpower to do it, and we don't have the resources to do it. But I think what we need in this situation is flexibility. And in relation to flexibility, we have a county which is extremely long from Origny up to Shannon Bridge. We could have 2 inches of snow in the north of the county, and there might be none above in Monksland, or vice versa. There needs to be a certain element of discretion, and I will be calling on the executive to ensure that that level of discretion is given to the municipal district coordinators, that if they see a situation in their prospective area that needs a problem solved, that they be allowed to do that. Our municipal district coordinators are not going to spend money willy-willy, but there needs to be a degree of flexibility along with the winter maintenance programme that we have in place. The winter maintenance programme we have in place is working very well. It solves an awful lot of problems, but there are problems that arise from time to time in villages like Pascal has mentioned and where Marty has mentioned as well, and we need a degree of flexibility to cover those situations. I don't think there will be major cost involved, and in relation to the cost involved, we look at the LPT every year towards the end of the year as to whether we increase it or reduce it, and we normally leave it at the level that it's at over the last 2 years. I think that there is money that we could use out of the LPT to ensure that a certain amount of money is available to the coordinators to use in their areas if required. And if it's not required, and if we have a good winter, well then that money can be used for something else. So I will be calling on the executive to give a certain amount of flexibility to the municipal district coordinators to use their own foresight and insight into their areas as regards to what should be done extra along with the winter maintenance programme that we have in place already.
Okay, John. Thank you. Liam Callahan, Eugene Cummins and Tom Crosby. In that order, Liam Callahan.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, and I certainly agree with Pascal. Firstly, I'd agree that the winter maintenance programme is very well run and very well coordinated, but I certainly agree with Pascal then that there are certain areas and roads that are left unattended and leave. A lot of motors are not expecting, they're expecting that the roads are gritted and the next thing they land on the black area of frost and there's an accident or something bizarre happens. So we have to have flexibility and we have to look at these areas where they're not getting grit. I don't know how you get around it, but certainly I know events that happened this year where there was no frost at 6 o'clock in the morning and at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock from my house into Castlereagh, the road was treacherous, and unless we have some way alerting the motorists or some way of gritting the roads, motorists go on these roads and they expect that they're fully gritted, and next thing they're ringing us and giving us in the face that there's nothing be done with the roads. So there has to be flexibility, and we have to have some sort of a slush fund, as John Cummins said, that can be used in an emergency case, and if not, it's always there for something else. And I suppose this year there wasn't an awful lot of heavy nights of frost, but you'd wonder if there's money left over from 1 year, should it be left sort of in a fund there to could facilitate these isolated areas that are getting no great. Thank you.
Eugene Collins.
Sorry, Kerlock.
Yes.
Maybe Kerlock let the other members in first. Yeah.
Can I speak? I just wanted to make a comment.
Okay, have we go, Tony? Yeah.
Sorry, Kerlock, are we going in line with everyone that has been put their hands up or raised?
But hold on, totally reverse back now because I'm a bit out of line here. Sorry, Tony, I have to wait a minute yet. John Coe is next. John Coe is next.
Yeah, we'll let John off there.
Thanks, Cahill, and thanks, Chief Executive, for letting the other members in. Yeah, this is an important issue, and indeed, I had discussed this with Councillor Fitzmaurice as well, because I was going to put down a somewhat related notice of motion in relation to what has been expressed to me locally, desired for some local groups to be established, that they would be able to grit roads, so that gritting would be provided. But of course, the issue of insurance would also have to be considered. And we had this issue back in 2010, and back at that time, and the reason I'm raising this particular issue is because of the bad weather we were projected to get there recently, but thankfully didn't get it quite as bad, certainly in this area. But to prepare for those extreme events, I'm not talking about necessarily the winter maintenance program as in a program covering a number of months, but extreme weather events. And I think that there's a scope to work with communities to allow for the gritting of local roads, and particularly bad locations. So, for example, although I think that this is work that should be done by the local authority, the road authority, the likes of the L2018 that's from Kiltoom to Curraboy, and the L2025 from Monksland to Tapmconnell, and the Drum Road, they're particularly, they get a lot of traffic on them, and they are approaching, obviously they're approaching junctions with national roads, but particularly the L2018, when you look at it going down a hill, that's a road that most certainly should get gritted as part of the winter maintenance programme. And I'm not talking about the extreme events, it should be part of the winter maintenance programme, certainly up a section of the road. And similarly in relation to the other roads. But we have had road reconstruction. Sorry, Kayarlik, I'll finish on this. We've had road construction where the material used is macadam, and that's great, and it should be recommended, and the local authority commended, and area engineers for taking that approach for macadam. But with that brings the risk that in the bad weather conditions, that surface is very, very slippery, and we have to give consideration to those roads as well. So I think we have to look at an overall policy that will involve from the community side of things, because there are volunteers out there that are willing to do work, and we have to give that due consideration. So I fully support what Councillor Fitzmaurice is saying. Happy to second this motion.
Very good. Councillor Tom Crosby.
Thanks, Cahill. Just in relation to I'd certainly support the notice of motion, and in particular, I'd support Councillor John Commons in his proposal that there should be some discretion given to the area engineers in relation to sections of road. Now, I have one particular road in my area, and it hit the headlines there on all the local and I think one of the national papers, where and the local media, Shannonside, where from Roscommon to Tarmanbarry, it is probably one of the most windiest and road in our county. It's a very busy stretch. It carries traffic across, we'll say, from the N4 across to the N5. and it is a very busy stretch and very thickly populated along that road. In fact, I was sent a caption from a book that was written back in the 1940s by a very famous author, Richard Hayward, and I just quote from the book. One of the worst roads in Ireland then was the dirt track from Roscommon to Tarmanbarry in County Roscommon. And he goes on about it. He says he wrote that they aged nearly 30 years from their experience of travelling. He travelled around all the roads in Ireland and he's seen that this was one of the worst. Now, he says the road has since taken a new lease of life and has been rebranded the East Roscommon Scenic Drive. But clearly, you will see from what was highlighted in the local newspapers and the local media that the community there had to take it on themselves, despite the fact that when they contacted me, I didn't encourage it whatsoever, but they did, and it was well reported that a group of people had to take it on themselves and go out and grit. So I think there needs to be discretion given to the area engineers, and this is one road that should be on the list to ensure that it is gritted. There's no doubt the resources is not there. Okay. The resources is not there to grit all the roads. There's over 3,000 miles of road in County Roscommon. It'd be like driving from my own village and back nearly 30 times to Dublin. So it's a huge amount of road. So the resources is not, but areas like that, the Roscommon to Tarmanbarry Road is one. There are many other in my own area, but I think discretion should be given to the local engineers in that regard.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. Councillor Tony Ward.
Yeah, thanks very much, Catherine. Just in relation to, I would support the motion, and I will support the motion, but I have to say that Roscommon County Council and the resurfacing programme is doing a tremendous job, and they have done that. And I think over the years, the salting of roads or the gritting of roads has improved substantially. But I think what they call it, when you look at roads, there's certain roads there that's carrying the traffic of maybe a national route or a regional road. If you take from Kiltoom to Curraboy, that is carrying more traffic than most regional roads. If you take from Brideswell to Banlasloe, if you take from Curraboy to Rahara, Annatleague and Roscommon Town, they're just examples. But it also then it comes down to funding. And I say to the government parties that's in control of Roscommon County Council, I'd be making a proposal that you see to the speak to your Minister for Environment and the Minister for Finance in relation to extra funding for County Roscommon. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Valerie Byrne.
Thank you, Catherine. Yes, very important notice of motion, and I think the council have respected that in the comprehensive reply that they gave. Every one of us has roads that need gritting. There's downhills, sharp bends, everything. And what I really wanted to do was, if John Cummins was making that a fund be given to the overseer for the area, that I wanted to second that motion. That's it.
Okay. Okay. Eugene Cummins next.
Sorry, I still have my hand raised for the last 5 minutes.
Sorry, Nigel. I don't know where you went on me. Sorry, Nigel. Okay, Nigel Deneen. Come in, Nigel.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, have you now? Yeah, sorry, I missed you there. Sorry about that.
It's okay, Carol. Let's go problem at all. Just to say, firstly, the winter gritting programme, as we know, is working well, and we're all agreed with that. I do agree with Councillor Fitzmaurice on his motion. It's a very, very important motion. I've been a chair of the roads. I've spoken to John Mokler, head of roads, on this issue, because as Pascal has said, got numerous calls from people about roads that are obviously in a threat of, especially when there's frost out. And I got similar similar response that Pascal has got here today. But I think there's evidence out there at the moment that some roads that are not gritted under this programme have a high accident rate, and I think we need to definitely look at them roads that are causing that high accident rate, because it's there, and we ring in every so often to the local area and we tell them about certain roads that have that high accident rate. I think we certainly have to look at that. I think John Cummins has made a very good point. I think we need flexibility, and I think flexibility is very important, and that if there's a situation up in Athlone where there isn't the same issue with maybe frost, or that can be transferred back down to the likes of Boyle, maybe Castlereagh or whatever area, but we have that flexibility back the way too also. It could be the same in Athlone where there could be issues, that it works both ways. I think that's very, very important that we look at that. So I think going forward, I think that's something we look at. I think it's a very good motion that Pascal has brought forward, and I certainly would be supported. Thank you very much.
Okay, Eugene Cummins.
Yeah, look, the reply by the director is very comprehensive and essentially deals with all the constraints that are there in relation to the integrating road. It will not be possible to do what is requested for the most part. That's not to say that we can provide an element of flexibility, but before I come to that, the winter gritting route is a very defined route that we publicise and we commit to, and we don't commit to anything else. And it is a matter then for the members later on the year that if they want to allocate additional funding to winter gritting, because after all, it's the same funding that's used for hedge cutting, for sweeping, street sweeping, cemetery maintenance, and so on and so forth. And if the councillors, if yourselves want to allocate additional funding to that, well, that's a matter for yourselves. Also, we have to realize we have a very tight county in terms of manpower and people that we employ. It's very tight. We've kept it very tight because we have a very tight income base, and we're absolutely going to be stretched to the maximum limit in terms of funding, match funding for all the schemes that we're providing, additional funding for all the types of maintenance we have, and maintaining the workforce. And whereas we can look at an additional flexibility, I don't have a huge issue with that. And as well, there's nothing to stop the members from allocating some of their municipal district funding allocation, the GMA, out to integrating as well. But that comes with all the constraints that have been pointed out there, including the Working at Time Act, including training for drivers, and our ability to afford them and give them permanent contracts. In relation to volunteers, and there's a huge issue with volunteers, and for instance, even to put some salt at a corner or whatever, that would have to be risk assessed. The people would have to be trained. There would have to be insurance. There would be implications for accidents afterwards if it happened, and these have happened. So either really, the only safe way to do that is for us to do it, but we cannot do it. We can't really do what's asked, and if we do, we would have to take on more people. It would really go back to, I think, in fairness to Councillor Cummins, provide an element of flexibility, and that can be done. I'm sure you'll find funding for it during the budget process when you come to it. And having identified the funding, we can allocate that to specifically for that degree of additional funding of routes and corners that are outside of the winter gritting route. So we can be looking at that later on in the year when you've identified the funding. Thanks, Cahill.
Kieran Tiernan, do you want to make some comment?
Just to add, Cahill, with that, to the very comprehensive answer that I think the Chief Executive has really covered it, that we cannot get another red cent for any winter gritting from the department. It has to come out of local roads funding, out of our own resource funding for local roads. There can't be ambiguity. The winter maintenance plan is our commitment, our publicly stated document of the roads that we cover. We have to stick to that to ensure that we are covered as a council and that we show the roads that are done, and not that it might be this road today but that road tomorrow if conditions change. There's a very scientific process to this in terms of analysing the roads using the system of ice cast and then ensuring that the appropriate grit is put out, and you see the costs that are associated with it. Everyone in the county, to the best of my knowledge, is within 3 kilometres of a gritted road currently. And we do have emergency funding, and we do, when there's severe weather conditions, we do take out the ploughs and we do try and clear housing estate entries and so forth for extreme conditions. But for example, this year, all of my discretionary emergency funding is now going to Lochfunchina, for example. So we can't just be ready to throw it in for gritting. We have to have a set winter maintenance plan, and if we change that for local roads, that has to come out of local funding. Thank you, Cathaoirleach.
Pascal, do you want to sum up very briefly?
Yeah, thank you, Cathaoirleach. Well, look, I thank everyone for the support on the motion, and I thank both Eugene and Shane for the comments on it. Certainly, it is a huge issue locally, and I would welcome at the least that there would be some flexibility. You know, when somebody needs some road gritted in an emergency, I think the local engineer should have some autonomy over it, rather than telling me they have to ring Roscommon and wait for a reply which may not come for some time. So look, I think we have to improve the situation, and maybe the roads SPC might look at this, and that we could look at it also in the budget, because certainly people out there are telling me that it is a huge problem for them. So I welcome all of the answers. Thank you.
Move on to the next motion, 0321.
Sorry, Councillor, excuse me, Cathaoirleach, excuse me. Councillor Ward made a proposal there. I'd like to second it, that a letter be sent to the Minister requesting extra funding for Roscommon.
Okay.
Councillor Ward made that proposal. I'd like to second it.
That's agreed. Agreed.
Agreed, yeah. Agreed, yeah.
Very good. Okay, can I move on to the next one, which is capital funding for cemeteries in the name of Councillor Kilduff. Patricia?
Okay, capital funding for cemeteries. The Roscommon County Council calls on the Taoiseach and Minister Heather Humphreys at the Department of Rural and Community Development to immediately establish an annual fund for necessary capital work projects at our nation's cemeteries to specifically address the deterioration of pavements, boundary walls, overgrown trees and other similar capital works requirements in the interest of health and safety, stimulating local economies, pride of place at these sacred public places, but most importantly, in deference to the memory of our deceased loved ones throughout the county. This motion requires a resolution of the Council.
Okay, Councillor Kilduff.
Thanks, Cathaoirleach. Colleagues, I'm not one to use 50 words to say what can be said but 5. Nevertheless, and I'm very conscious of the time, but nevertheless, I need to say a few words about this because it's a very important motion. There are unfortunately very serious issues of dilapidation with some of our county cemeteries, and indeed with cemeteries all over the country. Many of the cemeteries in our county need serious capital works projects carried out to restore their condition to what they should be. The Roscommon County Council has a limited annual budget for the care of cemeteries in the county, and this is just enough to cover basic maintenance and grant assist local voluntary groups to maintain these sacred public spaces. Local voluntary groups, despite their wonderful selfless work, are often constrained in what they can do due to scale of works, health and safety legislation and public liability issues. In pursuit of a solution to this, I learned that there is in fact no national fund for local authorities to apply to for capital works projects at cemeteries. This, of course, is completely unacceptable. Overgrown trees, falling walls and displaced pavements are all a health and safety hazard in a public space. And it also reflects very badly on us as a people that we would allow the final resting places of our deceased loved ones to fall into disrepair. Earlier this year, I had a recently bereaved family highlight yet again the unacceptable condition of the boundary walls at the cemetery in Kiltoom. And there is a similar story at Tapboy and other cemeteries throughout the county. And so, colleagues, I am seeking your support here today to unanimously pass this motion, and to also pass that this motion should be circulated to other local authorities for their attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your motion. It's an excellent motion. I want to support it and second your proposal indeed, because there are many cemeteries that are struggling to keep the grass cut, let alone looking after walls and trees and we need funding badly in order to maintain respect for our dead as well, because it's something that we should be doing. It should be doing very strongly, I feel, and we can't do it, and we're not doing it because of the lack of funding. I have three council want to speak: Councillor Ward, Councillor Keogh, and Councillor Crosby. Councillor Ward.
Yeah, thanks very much, Cat here. I'd just like to support Councillor Kilduff's motion. It's an issue and a concern that I would have in relation to a lot of cemeteries in South Roscommon, especially Kiltoom, Toughtboy and Top McConnell, and indeed other cemeteries where there's substantial work and costs, work that needs to be done. And I would have had a motion down at Lone MD in relation to Kiltoom Cemetery, and anyone that would visit the cemetery there would see that trees actually is the big problem in Kiltoom, is the big problem in Toughboy in relation to trees that have grown and continue to grow and have knocked the wall, and it will cost a substantial amount of money to replace that wall all the way in Kiltoom and also in Toughboy. And if you look at the situation in Top McConnell, where you have trees there completely overgrown, and in recent times there, I was involved with the community where a tree came down and took out approximately 20 metres of a wall. So it's a good motion from Councillor Kilduff. I support that motion, and I think it would be tremendous and absolutely fabulous if we could get X amount of funding from central government to deal with the repair or disrepair of our cemeteries within County Roscommon.
Okay,
Thank you.
John Keogh.
Thanks, Cathaoirleach, and I'd like to fully support Councillor Kilduff's notice of motion. The capital funding side of things has always been an issue from the point of view of trying to get extensions to graveyards or to get the boundary walls and that maintained as well. And we do need to, from a national point of view, it needs to be put in place that there is funding available for works to be carried out. These are health and safety issues. And I'm reminded, Councillor Ward mentioned Top McConnell. I'm conscious of the fact that I attended a funeral there maybe 10 years ago, or maybe more at this stage, where a tree fell right across the grave that we'd buried somebody in about 10 minutes after a large crowd had gathered and dispersed. And it's only by pure miracle that people weren't seriously injured, if not killed, in that incident. So the issue of large trees is a major issue, and we do need specific funding to address that issue, because we know that there's a substantial cost involved in removing trees. So, I think that from a national point of view, it needs to be put in place. I commend Councillor Kilduff for taking the initiative on that, and happy to second his further proposal that would be circulated to the other local authorities. But I think a letter should go to the department. I'm sure that that's why he was suggesting that the letter would go to the department, looking for funding to be put in place and for a scheme to be put in place on a national basis. But we certainly do need to do that. If we don't have respect for those that have gone before us, we're not going to have respect for those that come into the future, and we have a lot to do in that respect. So I fully support, and I want to happy to endorse it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tom Crosby.
Thank you, Cathaoirleach. I too would certainly support the notice of motion of Councillor Kilduff. I think it's critical that we do get separate funding to address the issues that are in most of our graveyards around the county, and that should come from a national pot. In relation to the funding that we have allocated, I think that's very welcome. As you'll know, and as a former chairperson of the County Graveyards Committee back in the 90s, as I mentioned earlier, the graveyards in this county were, and in most counties, were in an appalling state. And a small group got together, and with the support of my colleagues on the County Council, we brought in a fund that was reached up to €175,000. So at least now, with what's happening, we're bringing it from, I think it's 30,000 currently, and what's
allocate it now is in line with the notice of motion that I got the support of all you at the meeting there a few months ago. So I'm delighted that the SPC took that on board and that that allocation is made available. For the extension of graveyards in my own local area in Kilbarry, one of the oldest cemeteries, in fact, it dates back to the 6th century, where the monastic settlement of St. Barry is in place. It's really akin to Clonmacnoise. We had applied, and I had applied to have an extension to that graveyard, and there was full support for the extension. There is not one grave space available in that graveyard now. It's only existing plots. And the area has exploded population-wise. So I think it has to be the priority with Roscommon County Council to provide funding to extend Kilbarry Graveyard. I know back then there was a bit of hiccup.
Could we focus on the motion?
With the land, yes, it's all very relevant with the land but I know that land is now available, so I'd like to see that a priority. And of course, if the funding comes from a national source, that will be a huge help. But I think it's important that it's put as the priority for the extension of graveyards going forward, from a population and from the fact that there's no grave space in it. Thank you.
That's it. Councillor Valerie Byrne.
Yes, I don't want to hold up the meeting, just to say that I fully support Councillor Cleduff in his notice of motion, and it would make a huge difference to, well, the whole country if he's going to get it circulated, and a pot coming from central government to make a huge difference to all the graveyards, and they all need attention, and we just don't have the money, so it'd be great. So thank you for bringing that forward, Councillor Cleduff.
Thank you for your promptness and clarity. Nigel Deneen.
To be the same, just well, thank you, Carol. I welcome Councillor Kilduff's motion, very important motion, and to respect our deceased and to maintain our graveyards. And I'm delighted that the motion also will be circulated to other counties. We need funding, and we need it urgently, and that's all I want to say. But well done to Councillor Kilduff on that motion. Thank you.
Councillor Marty McDermott.
Thank you, Carl. Look, I would also like to support Donald Kilduff in that excellent notice of motion, and a very sensitive issue it is. With the resting place of our loved ones, and I fully support him on that one. Thank you.
Shane or any of the executive want to make any comments?
No, here, like as you know, as I said before, we have 100+ graveyards. There's works needed. There's demand for cemetery extensions across the county. We're again dependent on own resources to meet all of that. We have caretakers to pay, and we're trying as well to give a bit of funding to the community groups who are invaluable in the great work that they do, as I said earlier. So look, as it stands, we have to prioritise. We have to take a risk-based approach with regards to essential works where they're in graveyards where there's heavy footfall, and obviously that's all we can work to. And certainly, if there was a national fund, it would be very welcomed for the continued improvement and development of cemeteries in the county. Thank you.
Final comments from Donald Kilduff, if any.
Thanks, Cahir, and thanks, members and colleagues, for your support with the motion. I just wanted to I suppose give clarity to Councillor Keogh's comments there. Yes, the motion is seeking to have a national fund established, that all local authorities in the country really could apply to carry out capital works projects on any cemetery anywhere in the country. Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And that motion is proposed and seconded and agreed. Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
0421 fair deal scheme in the name of Councillor Ward. Patricia.
Yeah. Councillor Ward's notice of motion. I'm calling on the government, the Minister for Finance, Mr. Paschal Donohoe TD, and the Minister for Health, Mr. Stephen Donnelly TD, to make the necessary changes to the fair deal scheme that would allow members of the farming community and landowners into the fair deal scheme at a rate of payment of 6% a year towards the cost of payment to the nursing home, based on the value of their lands and capped at 3 years instead of the present system. This motion requires a resolution of the council.
Okay, excellent motion again. Councillor Ward.
Yeah, thanks, Cahir. Well, I just want to make a slight amendment to my motion, if that's okay with the members, because I'm conscious of the fact that as small business people as well, that the 3 years doesn't apply to those people. So if you look at the situation as we speak, usually if people look for the fair deal and they go into a nursing home, their land and their dwelling house is valued by an auctioneer. That auctioneer can be appointed by a family member or by the HSE that's providing the fair deal. But as we stand, 3 years, and that 3 years, over the 3 years, if the house is valued at 100,000, 22.5% of the value of that house is taken after 3 years. In relation to members of the farming community and small business people, regardless of while the 3 years apply to their house, if they have lands, whether they're in the nursing home for 8 years, 10 years or 15 years, the HSE have the right to take the farm land or sell the farm land, or the farm land can be sold by the next of kin when the person is deceased. So I see it as a very unfair system, and especially in relation to the farmer community, in relation to small business people are the same. So if there's no deed of assignment, and this is very important, if the deed of assignment is in place, it has to be in place for 5 years. And if it's not in place for 5 years, they will pay X 22.5% on their family home. They'll continue to pay on their land and their business for as many years as they are in the nursing home. So as you can see, it's very unfair. An ordinary will does not cover the person. Even if they had their will made for 10 or 15 years, they're still going to pay X, Y, and Z in relation to the fair deal. So I just propose the motion with the amendment.
Thank you very much for that. Certainly a very important motion, crucifying farmers and small businesses. There is work going through the Dáil very, very slowly and needs to move quicker. I have just one person who wants to respond, conscious of the time, John Keogh.
Thanks, Cahill, and I want to fully support Councillor Ward's motion. Indeed, it's an issue I've been coming across a bit now as well, and I have a serious problem with the 5 year. The 5 year transfer. If I'm in business and if I owe money to a bank and I transfer my assets and I have them transferred for more than 2 years, it can't be attacked. The person who's coming to me looking for credit, looking for repayment of monies or whatever, can't seek to undermine that transfer, an inter vivos transfer, a voluntary transfer. But yet with the fair deal scheme, it's 5 years. That's fundamentally wrong. It shouldn't be the case. And more so for a farming activity where it's a continuation of a business that takes place. And let's face it, people are not making big money at farming. But if people are having to sell parcels of land to fund what is due to the HSE under the fair deal scheme, then that's a problem. And I'm talking about end of life, where property is being transferred and the HSE are then coming looking, saying, well, here, where's our bit? It's putting people and families into a very serious situation. I think that there needs to be exemptions made where there's a genuine continuation of a business enterprise, whether it's a farm or whether it's a local shop or whether it's any other type of enterprise, but where it's genuine continuation of that business by a family member. I think that there needs to be exceptions made in relation to it, and I'd be happy to propose, if Councillor Warders permits it, propose that a letter will be sent to the relevant minister to propose that there would be changes to that scheme and that the 5 years will be reduced to 2, and that the special exemptions will be put in place as well.
I think not, and thank you for your support. for your support, Councillor Keogh. But what I have stated in the motion is what I really need, because to try and get it in relation to the deed of assignment, to try and get that down to 3 years. What I'm saying here is that the land and the dwelling house and people in small business should have the same terms and conditions as any individual that would own a private home. And the private home is 22.5%, and that is for 3 years. Don't have an issue there, but I do have an issue with the fact that the farming community are the people that's not alone are the paying the 5 years for the deed of assignment. They could be paying for 10 years and 15 years. It depends on the situation. And I know in lots of cases where members of the farming community, the family that was left to look after their place and their lands, would have to sell a portion of the land, and in some cases the farm land would have to be sold anyway to pay off. So the big issue here is that the 3 years, from the 5 years or the down, that the landowner and the small business person, after 3 years, they would pay the same as the person would be paying for if they were living in a dwelling house over a 3-year period, 22.5%.
Okay, very good. Councillor Nigel Deneen.
Very briefly, just to say that a very good motion that's brought forward by Councillor Ward, and I don't know if it has been seconded, but I would like to second that motion. Thanks very much.
Seconded already. Councillor Marty McDermott.
I would also like to support Councillor Tony Ward and that excellent notice of motion. I do know of certain cases where people are in a lot stressful situation in relation to this, and I suppose in particular the confusion with older people that they think that when they have a will made, it's the same as a deed of assignment, which is, you know, it's very deceiving to them. I know they'll probably get the best advice possible, but it just mightn't be coming across that well. So look, I'm at the head when I speak. Thank you very much, and support the motion fully.
Sorry, Cahill, just to come back in there. Oh, sorry, somebody else has their hand up.
Ivan Connerton has to come in, yeah. Councillor Ivan.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't in a while. Just to support the motion, I think it's a very good motion, and while I would be very fearful in future budgets that they'll increase the back time from 5 years, maybe up to 7 years, I think it's something that we should send in and get a reply. But I suppose one thing, Cahir, look, and you mentioned it yourself, we're waiting a long time for legislation to come in to protect the family business, which would include the family farm, where it would be capped at 3 years. And that legislation still hasn't been passed, and maybe with Councillor Ward's permission, that we might include in that letter to fast track that legislation, because there's many people being affected that the 3-year rule has not been implemented for the business, which would include the family farm. The IFA and many other farm bodies have done huge work throughout the years, and with as many promises being given in the last election and other times, I think it's important that it's put to bed, and it would give certainty to many particularly many farmers and farm holdings and businesses, because under the current scheme there's going to be a huge amount of farms that will have to be sold. And that's not in tandem with what Ireland is about. It's all about keeping the family farm, if possible, in the name and pass on to the next generation. So we don't want that continuing on, and it'd be nice if that could be included with Councillor Ward's
and just say to Catherine, Councillor Fallon.
Hold a minute, Tony. I will hit Valerie and then you can go back.
That's all right, yeah.
Okay. Valerie Byrne.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. Yeah, very important notice of motion, and fully support it. Just, you know, we have an aging population in County Roscommon, and we know that by, we say, the amount of even nursing homes and facilities popping up all over the county. So we have the aging population, so more people will be in nursing homes, and the fair deed needs to be revamped. And I fully support the motion. Thank you.
Now, Tony, we'll let you in.
Yeah, just to say to say to my colleagues there that this isn't the first time I have raised this issue, that the fair deal one time in the deed of assignment was 7 years, and I would have put a motion before Roscommon County Council in the past in relation to that issue. It's now down from 7 to 5. What I want to do is get it down to 3 years. where you have a situation that, as I said, the 22.5%, the same as your dwelling house. And I would like the motion to be circulated to other local authorities in the country.
Okay, Councillor John Keogh, your hand is up, is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just coming back in there, I was actually fully supporting what Councillor Ward was saying. I don't understand where he's coming from with regard to the 7-year issue and bringing it back to 5 years. The issue that I've raised is really there shouldn't be a retrospective review of when a farm of land or a business has been transferred beyond what exists in any other circumstance. And 2 years is the maximum that you can go back. So if I do a transfer of a property to a family member on a voluntary basis, and I have it done 2.5 years, and somebody comes looking for me because I owe them money, they can't look at that transaction because it is 2.5 years ago. They can look at it up to 2 years. What I'm saying is that that really we shouldn't be treating farmers and small business owners, and that's who's mostly affected by this, because there is no limit on it. It's 100% is left to attack by the HSE in seeking to fund it. So that's what I'm saying. We need to
What I'm saying is, and I understand what you're saying, but what you're talking about, Councillor, is different. This is an issue that has been an ongoing issue. It's at 5%. I'm talking about reducing this for small businesses, landowners, families, in relation to the conditions. Apart from the deed of assignment, that what I've stated there is 22.5%, and that be paid for no more than 3 years. As it stands at the minute, as you know yourself, Councillor Keogh, the issue with farmers, could be 10 years, 12 years or 15 years. It depends on how long that person would be in the care in a nursing home and be under the fair deal. I know what you're saying, different issue in relation to...
I'm actually agreeing with you, Councillor Ward. I'm fully agreeing with what you're saying. What I'm saying is that it's the current situation is that it is open to look back 5 years to an unlimited basis. So if a person goes into a nursing home on, let's say in 2020, let's say you transfer your property to your son now, and in 6 years' time, or 4 years' time, you go into a nursing home. Obviously, that transfer is open to attack by the HSE in relation to you going into a nursing home under the Fair Deal scheme, as it currently stands, which is fundamentally wrong. The issue here is that you shouldn't be able to claw back against a voluntary transfer, unless you're treating it the same way as everything else, being 2 years. The other issue that you're talking about in limiting it, in my view, it shouldn't be under attack under any circumstances when it's a business that is providing the future income for family members going forward, and the same with businesses. There are other opportunities to attack the wealth of individuals where that isn't being used for employment purposes going forward. But that's not in the case. So a farm of land.
My understanding.
Hold on, stop there for 1 minute now, please. You're going out there across each other. Only the motion put down, which has been.
My understanding, Councillor Keogh, is that the 5 years that if you have not the deed of assignment 5 years in advance of you going into a nursing home. So you could be 6 years in a nursing home and you're still the deed of assignment. Once you go into the nursing home, the deed of assignment, if you haven't a will made 5 years prior to that, if you're in a nursing home for 9 years, the deed of assignment will never kick into play for you. That's my understanding.
Okay, look, we're going to leave it at that. You have a motion has been put down, it's been proposed and seconded it. You are not in favour of any amendments to it. Is that right, Tony? So you're happy to let it stand as it is?
I want the motion to go as it stands, because I'm concerned about the motion. I'm concerned about the farming community. I'm concerned about small business people. I want it clear that that after 3 years, that those people, regardless of the deed of assignment, won't be paying the huge money that the land, there's an opportunity to hold the land in the farm.
Your motion is agreed. If Councillor Keogh or anybody else wants to put down a further motion for the next meeting, I think we should entertain that as well. Is that okay?
Well, that's 100%.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
We're out of time fairly rapidly at this stage.
Agreed.
Okay. Agreed. I move on to the next motion, which is motion 0521. It's in the name of Councillor Waldron, who's unable to attend today, but he spoke with me and he spoke with Patricia and asked us to pursue the motion in his absence. So over to Patricia.
Yeah, notice the motion from Councillor Waldron. I am proposing that all citizens of County Roscommon who reach their 100th birthday have the event acknowledged by Roscommon County Council by way of a letter signed by the Cathaoirleach, together with a small token, and the marking of the occasion by Roscommon County Council would be an appropriate recognition of this milestone. This motion requires a resolution of the Council. And I know Councillor Waldron also wants to add that it would be effective as from today if the motion is passed.
Yeah, I spoke with Councillor Waldron this morning and he outlined the motion as has been read by Patricia. It is to recognise people who are reached a milestone of 100. It's not going to be something very often it'll happen, and that the Cathaoirleach should recognise it by way of a letter and some token, and that it would be approved today, and from then on it would be recognised, and that it would be circulated to other counties as well. Does anybody have any objection to that? Councillor O'Leary, I see your hand up to speak. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to propose second the motion from Councillor Waldron's proposal. I think it's a very good proposal. It's fitting, and if I could mention Father Norman Davitt of Dunamon Castle, who will be 100 on the 29th of March, just this week, and he came first to Dunamon Castle in 1939. One of the first seminaries, just as the war was breaking out. So he will celebrate 100 years here, 100 years of life and many years in County Roscommon. And I think it'd be fitting that all of our citizens of Roscommon, everybody who lives here, who reaches the age of 100 will be recognised by the council, by the Cathaoirleach at the time, or whatever way we would do that.
I certainly want to wish Norman a very happy birthday and wish him well in his 100th birthday. Councillor Nigel Deneen.
Yeah, just briefly, I would like to also agree with the motion that's brought forward by Councillor Waldron. I think it's a very, very good motion, and I certainly would like to second it. And I think it's a milestone for anyone to reach 100. So I think it's fitting that we as our council will certainly acknowledge that fact. Thank you.
Okay. I think Councillor Layden has seconded, but that's okay. Councillor Ivan Connerton.
Thanks, Ciarán. I'll be very brief. And Councillor Layden has mentioned Father Davitt, definitely an excellent man. Just a quick one. Maybe all the citizens of the county that are over 100 at the moment, maybe should they get a letter to say that we have passed this at our meeting, because they haven't got that opportunity to get the letter. Maybe we should send a letter. There aren't too many out there, but maybe send a letter to say that this has just been passed, so they don't come back and say, why didn't they get it when they reached 100? Maybe it's something that could be looked at as well. Thank you.
Okay. We also have to work out a mechanism as to how we identify them, because we might just know them all. Councillor Tony Ward.
Yeah, I just want to support the motion. I think it's an excellent motion. And I would, if Councillor Carton, if that's a proposal in relation to the people that's now over 100 years, I would second his proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Pascal Fitzmaurice.
Thank you, Cathaoirleach. Yeah, I just want to support the motion as well. And what Ivan has said is very relevant. There are very few people, I suppose, that are over 100, and it would be fitting that some letter of acknowledgement of their age would also be included. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Martin McDermott.
Yeah, I'd also like, thanks, Cathaoirleach. I'd also like to support Councillor Tony Waldron on that the notice of motion. It's quite fitting, and it's not a milestone some of us might never see, but it's a nice gesture. Thank you.
John Keogh.
Yes, thanks, Cahir. And apologies there earlier, I got cut off with my computer went dead. Yeah, I'd like to fully support Councillor Waldron's notice of motion. I think it's an excellent one, and what Councillor Connaughton has proposed as well in relation to people who are over the age of 100 years. I think it's only fitting that we recognise people for the achievement, because it is a great milestone for anyone to achieve, and God willing, there'll be lots of us there that might achieve it yet.
I do have faith in John. Councillor Kathleen Shanahan.
Thank you, Cahir. I too would like to support the motion by Councillor Waldron. And I just think it's very fitting that the county that has the oldest population, I'm just thinking you might have, that we'll have, hopefully we'll have a lot of letters to send out. I think it'll be great for the people to reach 100 milestone, and also for the priest in Dunamon, a very nice man. I met him recently. It's great, and I'm sure he has great stories which he can recall for a lot of people. Thank you.
Okay, Eugene Cummins, CEO.
Just to caution that there may be data protection issues, and maybe it's a good motion, but maybe just that we're covered legally and from a data protection point of view. Might be no harm just bring it to the SPC, just that we go through the mechanics of it, and that we have a process in place of identification of permission, and that we're, I suppose, not a competition with the President either, in terms of the way that's arranged. So I think that we bring it back to the SPC, just to be sure that that we have the mechanics of it agreed, and that we're not in breach of any data protection or privacy issue.
Okay, I think if we're doing that, I know we'd have to get a request for the letter to be sent.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, okay, well, that's a suggestion. Councillor Pascal Desmarais.
Just to agree with the CEO, it should go back to the SPC, and that some mechanism is worked out. Thank you.
Well, perhaps then we'll take it back to the SPC, and perhaps whenever we get agreement, we will backdate it to the 1st of January. Would that be in order? And then we're going to cover people who might want to cover. Would that be in order?
Yeah, that'd be fair.
The SPC decide on that, maybe.
I think so. Yeah.
Can I hear that?
Yes.
Yeah, and fair enough that it would go back to the SPC, but I think it probably would be a family member or a community or a neighbour or somebody with the permission of the person that would put them forward for this. I think would be the logical thing to get around GDPR. But I think it would also be very nice link with our Roscommon Bound initiative, and that as we are one of the counties with the oldest population, that we are actually acknowledging them and we're honouring them, and as a county and as something in terms of putting ourselves out there as to what we believe in, and in terms of Roscommon Bound as a whole philosophy, I think it would link very well with that as well.
Okay, so in principle, we all appear to be supportive. We'd send it back to the SPC to work out the detail, in particular the detail, but make sure that we're compliant with GDP and everything else. Okay, Councillor Tom Crosby. Yes, no, okay.
Yeah, just to say, I of course support the motion. It is good. I think it's welcome for the county to recognise people. But bear in mind, I understand, and science tells us that the child is born today that will reach 150. So we're going to be very busy going forward, but a lot of us probably won't be around by then. But it's certainly something that recognition for people that reach that age. They are rare enough at the moment, but as we go forward with medical science and that, this is going to get even some of us might get to it and get past it, please God.
No bother. Okay, we'll send it back to the SPC and we'll let them review it. Okay, thank you very much. Move on to the next item, which is 0621, closure of bank branches in the name of Councillor Murphy and Councillor Byrne.
Yeah, a notice of motion from Councillors Murphy and Byrne that Roscommon County Council write to the Bank of Ireland CEO of Retail to rethink the closures of local branches in Strokestown and Elphin in Roscommon and other branches nationwide. This motion requires a resolution of the Council.
Okay, the first name I see is Councillor Murphy. So Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Cahir. And I'll make it as brief as I can because I know it's quite late. And thank you for letting me in on this because I think it's important that we got this out this evening. Another month, it'll just take away from it. Look, it's been a huge blow to the likes of Strokestown, Elphin, and other rural banks throughout the country. It's just that it's to community groups, town teams, businesses, local authorities who are trying to build up towns, and it undermines what we're trying to do. Is again, we went back while we were talking about the council app about older people and people who stuck by banks for years, and they just took that choice away, and they could have held out. They've done this by stealth over the years, by meeting you at the door, saying there's no tellers, you have to do it by a machine. And I'm just so annoyed. I'm so annoyed for the people of the area. I'm so annoyed with what it does for the work that we're trying to do, and it undermines the progress that small communities are trying to do. That's all I'm going to say, and I hope my colleagues support this. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Valerie Byrne, join the motion.
Thank you, Cahir. Well, just to say kind of, the banks went back on their word. When this time last year when we had the lockdown, the two banks closed, fully closed, both Elphin and Strokestown. And when I complained and this, that and the other, I was told, look, we're just closed for this, but we're promising not to close any branch. That was what they said. That was told to me at 3 or 4 different stages. And here they are, going to close our banks. When the banks did come back, they came back without tellers. And I think that was the writing on the wall for us to say that they were just going to do a test to see how we'd get on, and then they're going to close it down. And I mean, what they're doing to these small towns it's not going to be difficult because these small towns all depend on the football. So we have people now in Elphin and Strokestown need to go to a bank, so they're going to either Roscommon or Balladree or Boyle or Carrick, wherever, and that's where they'll do their shopping. So the towns are missing out. Once one little thing happens in a town to take away something, there's always a knock on. So I have already written to Gavin Kelly, the CEO of Retail Ireland, and have asked that he would leave at least a service that people could, at an ATM, they can do it in Strokestown, they have the ATM outside in the wall, and they can lodge money and take out money. But that service is not in Elphin. And I have tried and tried and tried, and they just wouldn't give in to put it in. We have our machines inside in the bank, but if it could be maintained and put an ATM in the outside, at least people would be able to lodge their money or take out their money. Because we have only one other in one shop that provides that facility, but that shop closes. And after that, then we have no facility. So it's very unfair. It's very unfair to the older people in the community. The small businesses trying to exist and trying to keep the businesses going in the small towns. And we can't thank them enough for doing that. They could be elsewhere where their turnover would be bigger. And here we have the banks. And what's going to happen to the buildings? So we want the letter to go to Gavin Kelly from Roscommon County Council, saying how important it is to keep some service in both towns. So that those towns don't die. We're doing our best, as Joe said, to try and build up those towns, and here the bank are doing their best to kind of close them down as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have we a seconder for sending the letter?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Very good. And Councillor Tom Crosby next.
Thank you, Cahir. Look, I certainly support the notice of motion. It's a devastating blow to the economic life in both of the towns. In very, very poor times, there was always banks in both towns. You had two banks in Strokestown up to only a couple of years ago. And one of them, the Northern Bank, was closed down. And then we were given a definite guarantee by our Oireachtas and the government back then. There was all sorts of statements that there would be a commitment to ensuring that one bank would always be there to serve the people. It's not good enough now for economic reasons, and that's the reason it is being done. And to leave two towns within a 6-mile reach of one another and a vast hinterland around a huge population without one bank. At the very least now, there should be one bank at the very least. And in the other town, as Councillor Byrne said, there should be proper services put in place. But I'm proposing that they will at least leave one bank between the two towns. Nowhere in the country has the same impact in the same, and I think it's up to our Oireachtas members now, because at the end of the day, it was you and I and the people of Roscommon and the people of this country that bailed out those banks. There's an onus on them now to at least have one presence in this huge populated area. It's not good enough for them just to turn off the tap like that, and the onus is on our Oireachtas members. And I'm proposing that we write to the minister, reminding him of the fact that the commitment that was given by the general public, and that we're being devastated in this area, in a town, in both towns, which there's huge investment. This council is investing huge money in both towns in infrastructure, and here we are, the banks, with the stroke of a pen. It's not good enough, and I don't think it's good enough for the government to be just saying it is an independent banking issue. We bailed them out back only a very short time ago. The onus is now to at least leave the presence of one bank in this thickly populated area. Thank you, Cathal.
Can't hear it.
Councillor Ivan Connerton.
Hello.
Yes, Ivan, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I want to support the motion, and I think Councillor Crosby has really said something very clear there, and he's right in what he's saying, is there should be a presence, and they should be asked to at least retain one bank in the area, rather than looking for two, which they probably won't agree with. I think it's something that we should look at, maybe in the wording of the letter, and the who put forward the notice of motion, councillors Murphy and Byrne, might agree to that. Maybe put a line in stating there should be a presence in the area. I think I'd support Councillor Crosby on that. And I suppose other areas as well, while they're not in County Roscommon. Just take for instance Ballygar, serves a lot of people in South Roscommon, Ballyford and Dysart, Four Roads, Mount Talbot in particular. And that's a huge loss to them that their bank is in Ballygar and that it's down for closure. And other areas like Ballyhaunis, which is very near the border of Roscommon in the west, and Drumshambo up in the north of the county, and maybe Charlestown, but I suppose there is a presence of the Bank of Ireland in Ballahadreen. But I suppose, maybe we don't want to mention other banks in other counties, but I just think it's something that we should note as well, that the closure of the bank in Ballygar would have huge effect to the people of the residents in the South Roscommon area. And I suppose as well, just to reiterate again, I think Councillor Crosby's statement there in relation to demanding Bank of Ireland and our Oireachtas members to ensure that there's a presence after all that was done for the banks a number of years ago by the citizens of this country. I think it's the least they could do. The North East Roscommon area has lost substantially. We've seen Just Transition coming in to try, and the impact of Boardnamona and all of the losses, and all the councillors in that area are continuously saying of all the closures and losses over a considerable number of years. I think think it's the least that we could request is Bank of Ireland would remain and have a presence in that area. Let it be Strokestown or Elphin. I think if they can give a commitment to that, it would be the best we could get in this situation. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Tony Ward.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'd just like to support the motion. And in relation to the banks, you know, the banks were bailed out by the Irish people. We bailed out the banks. But as a former councillor and a colleague of mine, I used to say one time that the banks, they give you an umbrella on a fine day, but come the wet one, they take it off you. So they're ruthless organisations. So I feel sorry for the people of those towns, Elphin and Strokestown, that they haven't, you know, that they're actually completely betrayed by the banks, that they leave them, they don't take the community into consideration. So I fully support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Michael Mulligan. Councillor Michael Mulligan. I'll go to Councillor John Keogh.
Now, hello.
Yeah, Councillor Michael Mulligan, yes, go ahead.
Sorry. I'd like to support everything that has been said here this evening, and particularly what Councillor Tom Crosby had to say there. He put it very, very well. But the one thing that I highlighted myself at a recent meeting, our Oireachtas members have to wake up. After all, the government is 14% of a shareholder in the Bank of Ireland. So, to the best of my knowledge, that should give them a veto, and they can tell the banks to stay open, and that hasn't been brought up by anyone. And if that isn't the case, they should be told to form a state bank, another bank. That's what they have to be told. But they have 14%, and with 14%, it gives them the power of veto. So I think that should be used as well here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mulligan. Councillor John Keogh.
Thanks, Cahir. Look, I'd like to support the notice of motion from Councillor Byrne and Councillor Murphy. It's very sad to see that this is happening because the bank is such an important aspect of community. It's one thing closing the local shop, it's one thing closing a post office, but when you're taking out a bank out of a situation, that's not a good development for an entire region. And everything is going online. I understand all that, but at the same time, you do need to have a physical institution there where you are going in, because whether we like it or not, we all have to go into a bank at some point in time and sit down and discuss the issues that we're looking for funding in relation to or whatnot. And many times decisions in banks are made by reason of those physical meetings that take place, and primarily because a lot of the bank people who are working in the bank know the people who are coming in. They know them. They're able to assess them in risk as to whether to grant loans and different things as well. So I just think it's an appalling decision by Bank of Ireland. And if Councillor Mulligan is correct in what he's saying there, I'm not sure on the issue. But if it's correct that the bank have the state have the ability to veto the decision, then certainly that should happen.
Okay, and last speaker, Councillor Pascal Fitzmaurice, yes.
Thank you, Cahir. Look, I also want to support the motion. It certainly is a very difficult and sad day for any town that loses its bank, or maybe the only bank it has. But I think there's something here that is very important, and that is this will mean that there are quite a number of probably older people who will now keep excess cash at home in order to carry out their business. And there's a security issue involved in that. So, you know, we should be pushing the banks to stay in the towns. But I also think any town that does lose its bank, we need to be talking to the central bank to say to them that the local credit unions should get extra services that they can supply to the local people, like debit cards and different things like that. So on one hand, we can't be taking away the financial services in a town, and yet the local credit union then being inhibited from providing extra services. So this is where the central bank should be coming in to provide extra services within those towns and villages that are losing the only financial institution they have other than a credit union. So I want to fully support the motion and for these two towns. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nigel Deneen.
Thank you, Cahir. Look, and I also want to support Councillor Byrne and Councillor Murphy on this very, very important issue. You know, closure of banks in any town, it's basically ripping the heart out of rural Ireland again, and I think this is what's happening. Previous governments stood up and asked the people of Ireland to bail out the banks, and they're totally turning their backs again on rural Ireland. I think that's just not good enough, and it's disrespectful to the people of this country and to the people of rural Ireland. I mean, you look at when banks leave, and I think Councillor Byrne has just mentioned this, that when banks leave a town, I mean, it's very, very difficult that if someone is looking for money out of a bank, they might have to go to another town. And usually what happens is when they went to that bank to get money, draw money out, they end up maybe buying something in that town. So I think that's a loss to a town like Strokestown and a town like Elphin, that I mean, they need to be able to have people spending money in their town to make it vibrant. And when you lose a bank or an institution like that, it's a massive blow. And I think we really have to maybe fight for at least for one bank to be held between the two towns, as opposed to losing the whole lot, because I mean that's not good enough, and I don't think we should accept that. And whatever we need to do, and whatever letter needs to be sent to the ministers and all the relevant bodies, I think we need to really push this one, and I think we need to fight as a whole county and a council to make sure that doesn't happen. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Martin McDermott.
Thank you, Carl here. Look, yeah, I'd like to support the motion. It's a very important motion. And I suppose, just to keep it brief, it's another kick in the teeth to rural Ireland. It's a diabolical decision that was made, and will have serious implications and leave older people extremely vulnerable, in my opinion. And I can't understand, give any justification for what was behind it and all that. But look, I'd just like to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just conscious of the time, I had to turn on the light there. Yeah, that motion has been unanimously agreed, proposed and seconded and agreed, and a number of proposals have been put in around it. Are we all happy with that and it's agreed? Sorry, does Valerie Byrne want to come in? Valerie? No?
Mike, Valerie.
Valerie, you trying to speak?
Sorry about that. I have another Zoom call at 7 and try to organise that too in the background. No, I just want to say that thank you all for the support that you have given to two small towns. You know, we're two small towns in the middle of the county, and there is no other service in the area. So I just take on board, and I hope that the council will send a very strong letter, taking all on board what has been said here. And that is to go to Gavin Kelly, CEO Retail Ireland, Bank of Ireland. So that's all. Thank you for the support.
Thank you very much. That's all agreed. So I'll move on to the next item, item 15, which is correspondence. They have been circulated. You've got copies of those. Item 16, councillor conferences. Patricia Bohan, have you something to add there?
No, there's just one payment there that was submitted for approval. So I just need a proposal and seconder for that.
Somebody propose?
I'll
propose. Seconded by Martin McDermott. Votes or congratulations, sympathies.
Council Chair, there was one item there I spoke to you going back a few days ago in relation.
No, Tony, I didn't come to that area at all yet.
All right, okay, sorry.
You're on the list, don't worry. Yeah, you're on the list, yeah. Yeah, I'm just on to congratulations and sympathies, while generally they're sent by email nowadays. Does anybody want to add any comment on sympathy?
Just in relation to that, Cahirlock, just if I have one or...
Councillor Fitzmaurice here, Cahirlock.
Yeah, Councillor Fitzmaurice, yeah, first, yeah, then we'll come back to...
Okay,
yeah,
that's all right.
I just want... Thank you. I just want to express our condolences to the Sharkey family in Castlerea, in Church Road in Castlerea, on the death of Pat Sharkey. Pat was a fireman in Castlerea from 1965 until 1995, and he certainly served Roscommon County Council very well and the people of Castlerea as a fireman. When Pat started as a fireman, obviously the equipment was very, very different from today, and there were no breathing apparatuses, etc. during that time when they started out. So certainly I think all of the firemen from that time were very, very brave men, and they carried out their duties very, very well. And Pat was one of the firemen there in 1970 when we had the big fire in Castlereagh, where unfortunately one woman lost her life. And I think Pat was injured during that fire. So I just want to pay condolences to the Sharkey family on the death of Pat, who was a fine servant of Roscommon County Council. Thank you.
We all agree with your sentiments there and wish his family the sympathies of the council. I just want to move on now to any other business. Of two things I want to mention. First of all, second is that we had a request from Inland Waterways Ireland to make a presentation at the next council meeting on the Shannon Tourism Master Plan. I presume that will be agreed, and we welcome you into the council meeting in April. And also at the CPG this morning, we had a request to look at the possibility of setting up a women's caucus, and it was agreed that we would do that with a range of issues that are pertinent to female members in politics and the lack of them in many areas as well. And it is expected that there would be a regional collaboration in that women's caucus, and it was agreed that we should pursue and investigate that as well. Now I'll move on to items that people have asked me to raise. The first one is Nigel Deneen.
Sorry, Cahir, look, on the last issue.
Yes, Orla, certainly.
My hand is just up there. Just to clarify that the point of the caucus is to increase the participation of women in local politics. It's not about the 3 out of 18 women on Roscommon County Council. It's about reaching a level of hopefully 50-50 participation, and the whole point is to work together regionally because there aren't sufficient women on Roscommon County Council to address the issue, that we would work with our colleagues in neighbouring councils and also work with the expertise of organisations like Roscommon Women's Network that developed a Roscommon Manifesto group. So it's not about the 3 that are here, it's about creating a time when there'll be 9 out of 18 or maybe 10 out of 18 or more. Other councils are further ahead, so that's what it's about. And I propose it or second it if you've already proposed it. Thank you.
I propose that you can second it, and that's agreed. Okay, I move on to Nigel Deneen. Any other business? You have asked me to raise an issue.
Thank you, Cahir. Well, there's 2 issues actually I wanted to raise, and one of them was actually in the February meeting, but I'll start with the first one, which is Slieve Bawn and safety issues. I've got a number of reports over recent weeks from walkers about bikers or scrambler bikes on Slieve Bawn, and B, also that dogs that are not on leashes, and fear that walkers will get attacked by the dogs in question. So I suppose I propose that we send a letter to Quilsha to put up more signage regards dogs on leashes, and to inform Roscommon County Council on what is allowed on Slieve Bawn regards scrambler bikes, etc. Thank you.
Okay, are we a seconder for that?
I'll second that, Councillor Shannon here.
Agreed. Agreed. Had you a second item, Nigel?
That's right. Cahir, this was going back to the February meeting, but obviously the meeting didn't take place, and it was just briefly mentioned there now about the late Pat Sharkey, deceased 17th of February 2021, and obviously I want to send my condolences to the family. But Pat gave 30 years of service to the fire service of Roscommon County Council and to the Castlereagh area. At the time, it was requested by friends that Roscommon County Council would bring down a patrol jeep to Castlereagh as a mark of respect for the time given to the fire service over 30 years. They were told that it would be no problem, but then there was a U-turn taken on this decision by Roscommon County Council, and they would not be bringing a jeep down to Castlereagh. I suppose people have said to me it was deemed very disrespectful to a man who gave great service to Roscommon County Council and to the people of Castlereagh, and they would like to know what the reasons was behind the decision made by Roscommon County Council at this time. And obviously it was heard in the family at the time. A lot of work he had given to Roscommon County Council from 1965 to 1995, which is 30 years of great service to the people of this county. And I think it was a bit disrespectful, and we'd like to know what the reasons were behind the decision and the U-turn. Thank you.
Well, obviously we haven't any appointment from the fire service at this meeting here today, and I'm sure that no director will have that type of detailed information. So I would suggest that we would request a reply to your suggestion from the fire service for the next meeting. Is that okay? Here, look.
Sorry, Caherlock. I think the directors do know, because obviously they would have been told. It wasn't something that was hidden behind the scenes where there was a phone call made. So I don't think that's good enough of an answer that they didn't know.
That was in my assessment now. Is there any director that wants to make any comment on it?
Yeah, Caherlock. Firstly, can I express my sympathies to the Sharkey family as well with regards to the bereavement of the late Pat, but to say that we did not facilitate any vehicle to go out in light of COVID restrictions and respecting government guidelines with regard to minimum numbers attending at funerals. Thank you, Caherlock.
Okay, well, yeah, there was a response there. Nigel, you heard the response?
Well, I don't think that's was the response that were given at the time, because they were told that a patrol car would come down to Castlereagh and there was a U-turn given on the decision.
Caherlock?
Yes, Eugene?
Caherlock, can I, on behalf of the executive, also extend the sympathy, my own sympathy, and that of the rest of the directors to the family of Pat Sharkey, and to assure his family that it was strictly COVID related and that he is held in the highest of respect by all here in the council, and there should be no attempt to change that opinion by anyone. So I hope that his family fully appreciates and accepts that, and accepts our genuine sympathy on his passing. Thank you, Caherlock.
Okay. All right.
Thanks very much, CEO, for the input into that. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Tony Ward. Councillor Ward.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Lawrence. Thank you. No, I just want to raise an issue under any other business. And a lot of people would have contacted me in recent weeks in relation to community. And I'm talking about community centres throughout County Roscommon, and especially here in South Roscommon, where you have communities, because of COVID, are paying their insurance on a yearly basis. They're paying for not light, but they're paying for heat, and probably extra costs in relation to heat, because those community halls are closed down. And there's a major issue in, as I said, in the local community throughout County Roscommon. And if you look, and we touched on it earlier on, spoke about community groups, given an example there, cemetery committees there would have maybe on Cemetery Sunday, would have their collection on Cemetery Sunday. Community groups would have their collections outside church gates for different organisations. And I have been inundated with requests to raise this issue with Roscommon County Council, because the fact of the matter is that community groups, by their very nature, would have very little funding. And while they could deal with the issue back in 2020, now they see themselves as insurance is due for renewal. They see that the oil tank has gone low and gone empty, that they need the resources. So I'm just saying that I'm making a proposal here tonight to write to the Minister for Rural and Community Development, Ms. Heather Humphreys, TD, and also to write a letter to the Minister for State, Joe O'Brien, because the community groups that I'm talking about and that you're all working with throughout County Roscommon are on the edge, they're on the brink, and I know that a small bit of funding would be very much appreciated. If those community groups could get as low as €1,000, it would cover to go some way in covering their costs in relation to insurance and heating. And as I said, there's no activity, so there's no membership being collected. And I'll talk about the handball complex here. That I'm involved with that group. There's no money being collected in membership. There's no dancing, there's no music, there's nothing happening. Okay, so as I said, I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Okay, are we a seconder for that?
Yeah, I second that. Caherlock.
Councillor Pascal Fitzmaurice's hand up.
Thank you. I think I was next there. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I'm next there, Mike.
Yeah, you're next.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks.
Pascal,
Yeah, I would like to support the Councillor Ward's motion there in relation to his proposal. And it is very, very important because many community groups now are in the situation where they might have up to 4,000 of insurance alone, and the clock is ticking on that. They have to pay that, and they have other bills, including light and heat. And there is a small grant there that came out there, a COVID emergency grant, but it is a very limited amount of money that was received by Roscommon and every other county. So I think it's very timely, and I will support it as well. And it certainly deserve funding. Thank you.
Nigel Deneen, briefly, please.
Yeah, briefly. Thank you, Carol. I just want to also support the motion. I think it's very important. Insurance is massive, and I suppose insurance prices are going up the whole time. So I think, for these groups, any few pound they can get, it'll be very, very welcome. So thank you, and I support them.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cahir. And I'd like to second Councillor Ward in relation to his proposal there. And, I suppose it is the area that hasn't been spoken of because in previous years they've been able to manage and do fundraising themselves. So support does have to be put in place if it is a case that we want to have these facilities continue into the future. If we let them if we let them go into decline in the sense that they can't get out the insurance because they haven't got the funds to do that, that could spell the end for a lot of community facilities, and we don't want to see that. So I think we need to look at trying to provide funding to the community centres, the community groups, and specifically the ones that are hosting different events, whether it's the bingos or as Councillor Ward has pointed out, the dancing, the music, the handball, those sort of facilities. We do need to provide the support to ensure that they remain open into the future after COVID.
Right, John. Do you want to come in there, Patricia? Or... On your speaker now, on your mic.
I just asked Councillor Ward to send in the specific details of his notice of motion so I can send it off.
Yeah. Well,
to be clear on exactly what he's looking for in relation to it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Certainly want to support the motion as well. I think it's a very valid one. Communities are finding it very difficult. Councillor O'Leary is the last speaker.
Yeah, I just want to support the motion as well, and that letter would go to the Minister for Community, Minister Humphreys, but also perhaps a letter that would go to the Minister for Tourism and Sport, because there's a number of community sporting facilities that are finding it extremely difficult, and there seems to be funding for every other area. But say, for example, Roscommon Community Sports Park in Roscommon Town that provides essential community facilities. Where is it to find the funding when there's no fundraising and there's no footfall? So it's vital that that funding is coming forward, and if a letter could go to both ministers, I think there's two separate strands of funding that need to come forward there to sustain community projects and also community sport projects. Thank you.
Okay, all that is agreed. I have to
just one point here, Chair. I did say right to Joe O'Brien, the Minister for State. Now, what Councillor Layden is speaking about is maybe more appropriate to soccer clubs and football clubs. I'm talking about, and I don't have an issue with anyone writing, but I'm talking about community groups that depend on their classes, membership, handball, card games, all the different activities. That is the people that I'm trying to reach out to, and the people contacting me. And Councillor Q is 100% right. I'm concerned that going forward into the future, when the COVID is over, that those people, community groups, are gone, and there'll be a lot of buildings throughout County Roscommon and the country closed because for the lack of funding.
Okay, your point is well made, Tony.
Councillor Ward. Yeah, could I just say, I think Councillor Ward misunderstood, because he's very aware of the group I was mentioning, Roscommon Community Sports Park, and he was with us and supported us at the beginning, and Anthony Doolan and the great work that's been done. It's a community sports facility. It's not a soccer or it's not a Gaelic. Well, it's multi-use by all the community, and it needs the support very much, and it is no way of sustaining itself or continuing into the future.
I support them 100%.
You're all agreed. You're all agreed. So
thank you.
Good. Councillor Ivan Connaughton, you have an issue you want to raise, or did you want to say something on the last issue?
No, and just agree with what was said previously and other proposals. Just one, thanks, Cahir. Look, I mentioned you earlier there, just to bring up something. Someone from just over the border in Ballygar in County Galway attended the civic community site in Roscommon and was told they'd have to pay for aerosol for deodorant cans, and we see it on the hazardous waste disposal charges, where we have 3 items for €3.50. That includes paint, thinners, white spirits and varnish. And I know this came up previously with the Director of Services, Shane Tiernan, in relation to the excess paint that was been turning up at the civic community and the costs and all of that. But I think your small Lynx can or your Sure sprays at over €1 a piece to dispose of them in a civic community, I think it's going against the grain of illegal dumping, or it's going to enhance more illegal dumping. The lady had to bring home her tins of aerosol deodorant, and because it was €3.50 for 3, and I think we should look at removing that from the hazardous waste disposal charges for the aerosol cans only, because all it will do is incentivise all the illegal dumping that's going on. And we do know from all the local representatives here, or councillors, we see all our counterparts throughout all of Ireland on social media with dumping here, dumping there and dumping everywhere. I think it's something that could be looked at. Don't need an answer today, but it should be something to be looked at, and it should be removed, and they should be accepted free of charge. Just the aerosol cans, because they're very small items, and if you have 3 empty cans costing €3.50, no one's going to bring them, and they're only going to be seen on the side of the road outside of Roscommon town or any of the other civic sites throughout the county. Thanks.
Okay, well, you put it on notice that it is an issue. Could I suggest that you would make it in the form of a question for the next council meeting? How would that work?
Well, another month will be gone, Cahir. Look, I'm just wondering.
Okay, well, I don't know if anybody...
I know it might need a process, but if something that could be dealt with easily, I can go do that. There's no problem. If it could be dealt with...
Is there any executive that wants to deal with it? Councillor Keogh. Councillor Keogh.
I second Councillor Connaughton's proposal there.
Okay.
The last thing we want to do is encourage people to engage in illegal dumping. And when people are being responsible and bring materials to the amenity centres, they should be taken. And that idea of 350 to dispose of 3 cans of aerosol is just that's taken the nonsense to the extreme now, in my view.
Well, we'll hear from Shane Tiernan. In fairness, he has his hand up. He must speak. Shane.
Just to say, it wasn't under my directorate that occurred. That was under the Environment Directorate. But I think the recommendation to submit it as a question would be the right approach for the next meeting.
Probably just to let you know, it's not. I believe that no other local authority around County Roscommon imposed them charges for the likes. Maybe I don't have that information correct, but it's been brought to my attention that no other local authority, including Galway County Council, because the lady in question rang Galway County Council and there says to be no charges in Galway for that.
Okay, Pat Murtagh.
Thanks, Cahir. Look, yeah, Shane is correct. It was brought in under the environment section, and I suppose we were being charged. We paid over €80,000 last year to dispose of hazardous materials, and I'm told that those items that Councillor Connaughton is referring to, and we all use them, I suppose, are considered hazardous. But we can certainly have a look at it and see if there's any way we can get around that part of it. But I suppose just to reflect that last year we spent over 80,000. We got rid of over 60 tons of hazardous materials from our civic community sites, and we are the only site in the Midlands or in the Midwest that's actually accepting hazardous waste on an ongoing basis. All of our neighbouring counties have stopped accepting it. So we while introducing that charge, we were very conscious that we wanted to continue the service, but we certainly will have a look at what Councillor Connaughton is asking.
Okay, thanks for that, Pat, and maybe Councillor Connaughton and Pat can liaise on that, and if it's still an ongoing issue at the next meeting, bring it back in the question, Ivan, okay? Okay, that exhausts any other business that I have, and is exhausted today, I hope, as well. Apologies for the long meeting, but at least we got through the agenda, which was an objective we had. I thank you all for your attention and your patience, and hope you have a safe month ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Cahir.
Okay.
Thank you, Cahirlock.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kerry.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Really harsh out there. Nearly gone now. Lucky, no lucky. Yes. Let's see that you don't have it.
Just the way it's working out. See. It went down. Now, fucking me, but I can't all fucking do. a hand. Or what the problem is 19%. You like it? You no like it?
No. Oh. Okay.
Nah. There's one bottom.
Whoever you got that.
I need the leg of a small dog. Blow if he wasn't changing. Here and fucking next to him. Now in 3 hours down around 10. See some. You like it? You no like it. No like it, no like it. No like it from like it. Fuck.